Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Also, can you hear me on that? Also, like to take a minute to introduce our judge, Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. He's a 2005 grad of Texas A&M. He has a master's degree in animal breeding and genetics from K-State, and he is currently the livestock judging coach and instructor at Redlands Community College. Let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Really a neat way to start off our goat show here, lightweight weather class. Gets actually pretty challenging to me after you find the one that wins. You have some decisions to make, but to me, the weather ends up winning this class. I think commands it pretty easy. That's a stout skull, big chested one. He's got probably the better forearm shape of the ones we have here. You get behind him. To me, he travels so much squarer and more correct there from hawk to ground. Still keeps some width, still keeps some shape to his leg there. He maybe doesn't send his loin into his hip quite as full and square as ideal, but to me, he's still one of the truly muscular goats in this class that still has some skeletal integrity about him. Here's the decision is in 2 and 3, and if 3 is stout enough for you and he's got enough width for you, he needs to go second. For me, I like the extra boldness of rib cage, the boldness of body and forearm shape we find in the young ladies go. Definitely a wider chested one, definitely a bigger hip one that grabs bigger over his rack and his loin. He's beginning to fade in his loin and get just a touch staler right there. I like to freshen him up just a shade there. I just like his extra width and product we have compared to the guy here in third. Little guy here in third, that's a cool looking one that's presented impeccably well. You talk about one that's tall and up fronted. He's got enough length of body to him. You get right on top of that when he just gets a little flat in his rib cage, a little narrow right there over his rack. For me, I like to open that one up, but a neat one to look at from the side. Doe we have here next, that comes next, again, one that's got some muscle. You love the shape and expression she has, particularly over a rack, and her rib cage is very big, just not as square in her loin. When we get them on the go, she's the one who wants to get a little soft and break down about her pasturing, just not quite as built as neat in terms of her look and her presentation when she gets on the go there, but still a neat doe at the same time. One we have here next, one I love the way this one handles over his rack. His rib cage is good enough. I like to give him more lower leg dimension. I like to freshen him up in his loin. Then when you get these goats on the go, he wants to fall apart in his skeleton just a little bit, rock forward in his knee and break right in there behind his shoulder a little more than I like him to, but still a nice set of them. Again, nice set of weathers we have here in this class. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Great way to start our show.
Class 1. Class 1 placings. First place, Leah Griner. Second place, Travis Anderson. Third place, Kelly Smith. Fourth place is Will Cornelius. And fifth place is Jared Cummings. Congratulations. We are now showing Class 2. Class 2 is in the ring.
Really a good class of weathers here again, and these top two get awfully close. I think obviously they separate pretty quickly in this class. Obviously they're a little more dominant in terms of presence and meat and muscle and just sheer width. I guess the difference I see is young ladies goat is able to put that same kind of power and width and make it look just a little better. I like the way that one's elevated up front just a shade better. He's square and wide in his chest, but yet he still keeps everything correct and square as you study him from knee to ground. I like the way that guy transitions from his shoulder shoulder and to the rest of his body there. And maybe when we get him on the go, obviously the one in second's wanting to fight a little bit, but you can't help but notice that one in first in terms of just his skeletal correctness and quality and what he travels with. He's not the longest hip one. That's where I like to change him, lengthen out his hip just a shade, but that's a neat go. Truly a massive, massive individual, and I do love the extra shape and muscle. His rib cage is phenomenal in terms of the way it opens up, the massiveness he has there over his loin, and a big, big, huge leg, and a lot of width to him as you'd expect. To me, when we watch these two on the go and travel and just even study the parts and pieces, he's just a little coarser, he's just a little rounder off both ends maybe, and for me, maybe doesn't travel quite as correctly from behind. Again, it's hard to balance what's him and what's him fighting a halter out here, but again, that's two nice goats here in that class. Goat we leave here in third, he's not the prettiest one to look at, that's the one in fourth. To me, he's a market goat first, though, and that's one thing I like to stay fundamental on. That one has more true shape of muscle, he's bigger over his loin and over his top. He's got more chest width than that one behind him. He does want to be just a little low behind his blade, maybe not quite as neat and elegant up front as what we find the one right behind him, but to me, I just love his extra shape within that pair. No doubt about it, probably the prettiest profiling, levelest, strongest top weather of the entire class is the one here in fourth. That one's neat to look at. It's just when you get behind him and on top of him, you wonder if there's enough there. If there's enough there for you, you can move him up considerably. For me, he gets to be one of the flatter rib ones out here. It just doesn't come to me with enough shape and width and product. Young ladies that comes here next, if I could make him a little bigger and stouter out of his leg and out of his hip, he gets up in his class pretty high. I love the shape of this one. Over his loin and over his rack is very, very bold and good. Again, he's got some chest. It's just for the amount of chest and shoulder that guy has coming at you, he really narrows and tapers back to his pins in his lower base. You want to open him up and make him match what he is up front with what he is from behind there. But again, another competitive class of weathers that we have here. Let's give these kiddos a nice hand.
Placings for Class 2. 10th place, Sam Garrett. 9th, Briley Ashcraft. 8th, Hannah Kidder. 7th, Grace Day. 6th, Carly Critchlow. 5th, Alyssa Summer. 4th, Jacob Roth. 3rd, Jared Cummings. 2nd, Dylan Hummel. And 1st, Haley Abrams.
Another nice class here, and really not fair for the rest of them with this one in here that leads off this class. That one is so commanding of a winner out here in terms of just his sheer look of quality, his balance. That's still the most powerful goat in here in terms of chest and forearm. Really, really dynamic in his rib cage. Got a big monster hip in him. And you get him on the lead, you like him just as well. So nice goat here to win this class. Here's where the decision comes for me, and maybe I give up just a little look on the move, the gather, more freshness, more true top shape, more true rib dimension, and the young ladies go. That one's much bolder and wider right there over his rack. He's much bolder and wider over his loin. He sends his loin into his hip in a much fresher fashion there as well. And I think when you get right in front of him, he's stouter skull, bigger chested, and bigger forearm there as well. I like to strengthen him up right behind his shoulder. He wants to be just a little rounder off each end, but to me, his freshness is what got him there in second. Initially, Redneck one's the one I wanted to leave there in second. I love his profile, I love his look, and if that's all it takes for you is just that look, you can send him there. I get my hands on that guy, I start to study him up top. He fades in his loin, he's flatter there in terms of his upper rib shape and his rack. Just for me, it needs to be just a touch more goat there and open him up a shade more as well. But a good, nice goat there from the profile. One that likes to drive pretty hard here in third or here in fourth. I do love his length is good enough. I think he's up-headed. He's got probably a shade more width of chest than the one that leads right ahead of him. He just doesn't have the leg dimension. He flattens through his lower leg, doesn't have quite the width from behind is what we study in those ones that lead ahead of him, but still a quality individual. Young lady's goat that comes next, probably, again, one of the fresher handling ones out here. Really good there over his loin. Needs quite a bit more rack dimension and just upper rib shape. Want to see him a little stouter, more expressive in his lower leg as well. When we get him on the go, he wants to come out of his hip and be a little short in that regard as well. But again, outstanding group of goats again in this class. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 3. 10th place, Dana Shaw. 9th place, Blaine Van Dever. 8th place, Will Cornelius. 7th place, Bailey Brumfield. 6th place, Lydia Wilson. 5th place, Hannah Pish. 4th place, Dalton Gates. 3rd place, Isaac Beal. 2nd place, Rebecca Willis. And 1st place, Ava Schroyer. Class 4 is now in the ring. While our judge is out here making his selections for this class, we'd like to thank a sponsor, Farm Credit, for their generous sponsorship of this year's Junior Weather Goat Show. Farm Credit is your #1 source for farm and country home loans.
Another interesting class here. Not to say you've got a runaway winner. It's just about 5 or 6 of them in here that are tucked in, and it's kind of anybody's ball game. And so when you really get to trying to break down the good and bad of these, for me, initially when they came in, I was attracted to the young man's weather. You get your hands on him. That's still one of the fresher ones out here. He doesn't have maybe as much rack as I'd like him to, but he still has more than maybe some of the ones that set in behind him. But he just does the best job of putting together a square, wide, correct skeleton, still accommodating that with some muscle and some look and some freshness. Became a comfortable place to start here within this class. Though we have next and second, she's probably the best in terms of a rib cage of any of them in this class. Very, very bold and dynamic in her shape up top, pretty wide and square about her loin. Got a big hip in her. My problem with her is when we get her on the move, she wants to run downhill, maybe doesn't present herself quite as balanced. I want to pick her up and elevate her just a shade up front, maybe stouten her up in her bone work shade there as well. But sure one you love the handle of, like the rib cage and dimension she presents there on the top side of her skeleton. Probably the one you like walking around, and when they go from behind is the one here in third. That's a square-built one in terms of pin set and base width. That one can have some attractiveness, especially when he gets around and likes to prance, really runs uphill the right way. My problem is when I get right on top of that guy, he needs some more loin dimension. He needs more rack shape and just rib width to run in this class a little higher. But, boy, I do like his look of quality in this class. Kind of comes together nicely. What do we have here next? Another one that has some dimension there to his loin. Just wants to get a little jammed up. Want to give him just a shade more lower leg. One that comes here next, I've had this one floating quite a bit. I love this one's chest width. I love this one's rib cage. For me, I'm a big rear skeleton guy, and that one wants to be too short out of his hip. He gets a little tangle-legged and coordinated as you watch him go from behind and just kind of loses out on his rear skeleton in terms of integrity and soundness when we get him on the go. Again, really nice set of weathers that we have out here. Let's give this class a big, big round of applause.
Placings for Class 4. 10th place, Audrey Glass. 9th place, Jocelyn Whitmer. 8th place, Lindsey Garrett. 7th place, Jamie Bird. 6th place, Lane Hollingsworth. 5th place, Abigail Wilson. 4th place, Stacy Winter. 3rd place, Rory Stump. 2nd place, Riley Hoyle. And 1st place, Caleb Bowden. We are now showing Class 5.
Another good class, and I think it just kind of comes together. Got one here up front. I like that one quite a bit in terms of just muscle shape, balance, look. He's got some quality to him. Handles very fresh and good. That is a wide, opened up one off either end. You study him. I think what's impressive about that, he still keeps it balanced. He still keeps it attractive. I think the only question you have on that guy is how big really is he? He gets just a touch, maybe more compact and lower to the ground. You can lift him up just a shade, but boy, he's got a neat build and construction the way he's put together. I think a pretty easy and commanding winner in this group. I like the stoutness of the goat we have here in second. He's got a big hip and leg in him. Handles pretty good over his rack there as well. Just not the same kind of caliber in terms of balance and style and correctness as what we find in our class winner. Want to strengthen him up right there behind his shoulder when we get him on the move, maybe tuck him in his chest. Red hip goat we have here, that thing's got big features, huge legs and feet, really long-sided. He's got a ton of length up front there as well. Just wish he handled a little wider and square over his loin. I like to see him come to us with just a touch more expression of muscle there in his leg as you compare him to those top two, but still a neat individual. Hate to tell him again, he's got a good-looking one, just not quite stout enough for me personally. I like to open that one up quite a bit more, particularly when you get behind him. He gets a little flatter in his leg and his upper pin and hip. He does a nice job getting that one stuck and driven. Just need a little more goat there. I like the power and sheer width of the one we have next, just balance-wise. He's a deeper-chested one. Maybe doesn't come to us quite as neat and trendy and quality as we get him on the move, and he wanting to fight things a little bit, but sure a good market goat. I think very fundamental and basic in its kind. But again, let's give these kids a round of applause. Another solid set of goats.
Placings for Class 5. In 10th place, Levi Hollingsworth. 9th place, Gabriel Hunt. 8th place, Austin Wright. 7th place, Tyler Kiggins. 6th place, Avery Jean Turner. 5th place, Carly Klitz. 4th place, Jacob Roth. 3rd place, Miley Swinney. 2nd place, Kaylee Mayo. And first place, Katie Hummel. Class 6 is now in the ring.
I think another good class, and kind of two different goats to end up surfacing to the top of this class. Even when you can get past the tricked out legs of this one here in first, I think if you look past that, that's still a bolder skeleton, longer hipped goat that's a little higher in the set of his tail. I think he's wider in his pin setting there as well. You get on top of him, there's just more volume of muscle created to him as well. I think that one's really, really neat looking when we get him on the go. Sets him down with some skeletal correctness there. He might not touch quite as firm and maybe quite totally as fresh as what the second place does, but still a good go. Goat here in second, easily one of the freshest ones we've handled all day. Love his rib cage. I like the way he touches over his loin. He's got an incredible shape and expression to him all the way through. Really neat and chiseled up front to be as massive as what he is. He gets short and jammed up in his hip. I want to change his hind leg set just a touch to make it go a little more attractively. I think he's sound enough and square enough. I just want to see it go a little more attractively like you find in the one that wins that class, but a nice pair of goats. Goat we have here next in third, one for me. I love the boldness and basicness of this one, skeleton. I think this one has plenty of muscle shape to it, just not quite as much goat there in terms of sheer width up top. Doesn't send his loin into his hip quite as smooth and fresh as what we find in those top two, but still a nice weather. What the young lady has here next, she does as good a job as she can getting it out of him. Boy, she could get even a little more out of him. I wonder if I'd switch those two because I do love his length. I think he's truly massive over his loin and out of his hip. When we get on the side of him, though, he does want to run downhill and get a little deep-chested, want to be a little weaker in there behind his shoulder. Does a nice job showing this one. And for me, he just needs more hip and leg. I think his rack shape's fine. I think his look in the front half of him is tremendous. That one runs uphill, so neat-chested, so neat-headed, still got a stout skull to him. You just get behind him and he closes up a little more from I'd like him to. Want to open him up in a pin set and give him more leg dimension. But again, another really, really strong and good class here. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 6. In 10th place, Savannah Harriman. 9th place, Rory Stump. 8th place, Abigail Wilson. 7th place, Gillian Reese. 6th place, Claire Wilkin. 5th place, Jack Hoyle. 4th place, Kayla Lippert. 3rd place, Megan Katafi. 2nd place, Darby Ross. And 1st place, Ava Schroyer. Class 7 is now in the ring.
think another really good class here, and maybe a little different. I probably give up a little more muscle and just sheer rib shape than what I intentionally wanted to. But to me, these two just kind of surface. They're a lot more alike. They're up-headed. They're very, very attractive and correct in the way they're made. We don't have that power goat in here that's still as balanced as I want to see him, so this is where we end up. And how you divide these two, I think, is just structure and skeleton, particularly out of the rear skeleton. This guy just handles himself so much squarer, more correct as he leaves you. That's an attractive one. You just notice him when he walks in. He needs more rack dimension. He needs to be more opened up right there over his rack. To me, puts the best positives together in this class in the neatest way. I love the look of this one. I actually think he handles better right over his rack probably than what the one we sent out ahead of him. I want to change him off of his rear skeleton. He wants to elevate himself in his loin on the move ever so slightly. Maybe doesn't have the shape of muscle to his leg as what we find in that one that leads off ahead of him. But again, I think two nice goats, real pretty and real good to look at. Red one that comes next, he's probably the best in his rib cage. I love how opened up he is in his center. He's the big loin one here in this class as well. What was deceiving and weird to me about that guy, he wanted to taper back to his hip and his pins. I want to set him wider and squarer there. I want to lift him up front even more and just make him chiseled, maybe get him off the ground just a shade in terms of his leg. He's a little short-legged, but again, rib shape, balance, still good enough. I liked him sitting right there. One we have here next just gets a little piecey. I love his front end. He's got some chest width. He needs more leg when you get in behind him. I want to square him up and freshen him right there over his rack just a shade as well. But again, one I think has a quality build. She does a nice job getting him driven. A real powerful one that comes next. Probably the most muscular, boldest, centered one of the crew. Probably also the poorest balance one of this crew, particularly when you get him on the move. He wants to drop his front end and open up in his shoulder quite a bit more, a little rounder and a little coarser than what I'd like him to be as well. But again, very competitive set of goats here. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 7. In first place, Elizabeth Michael. In second place, Taylor Carr. In third place, Sarah Young. Fourth place, Courtney Costello. Fifth place, Jaden Bushmeyer. Sixth place, Hannah Alcala. 7th place, Gus Joseph. 8th place, Alice Kibbe. 9th place, Brooke Huntsman. And 10th place, Sam Garrett. We are now showing for lightweight division champion.
think an outstanding division here in this first division, and water gets deep pretty quick. And I'll cut to the chase. There's three of them, obviously, I've been looking at out here. And, I'll go ahead and break those down just a little further for you. I think they are good enough. They deserve a little justification why or why not. Class 3, that's a neat goat. You talk about one that looks athletic. I like the shape to this goat. He's probably, of the three we're going to talk about, the one that's the most ideal up front in terms of his chest and the way it lays into him, still keeping himself neat and tucked up. Still like the elevation that he presents himself with. Really good in his rib cage still. Really bold and opened up. I like the way he sets to his loin there as well. Maybe if you compare him to those other two, and maybe it's being a little more juvenile, he may not open up just quite as squarely, at least as one of them at his base. But that's still one. I think I love the hip dimension of that one. I love his rib cage and just his initial presence and look. You can really get into that one really well. Whether out of Class 5, he's probably the different one out here. I love just his extra rib cage. That one's so solid there in terms of the way he opens up out of his spine. I love the dimension to his loin and over his rack. Of those three we're going to talk about, when you watch him go, he is the square traveling one from behind that keeps it right from hawk to ground. Your only question with that guy is he too much like myself, a little low to the ground, a little chubby. You like to tuck him up into his chest just a shade more, maybe lift him up in his legs a little more. But just in terms of his combination of muscle shape, build, and balance, you got to respect that goat quite a bit for putting those things together. To be that wide and still that put together in terms of the way he proportions. Just want to make him a little bigger in this kind and maybe just tone him in shade. Goat that came out of the class right behind him, he's the really long, extended one of those three. Really, really up off the ground and elevated. He too handles with plenty of muscle. Probably when you go just dissecting and talking about how you want to change him, I'd give him more lower leg shape. Maybe give him just a shade more twist, if you will, when you get right in behind him there as well. Still one that's got a lot of positives, and you can get past that. That's the one that maybe combines a little extra rib cage, and obviously maturity is at his advantage there as well. So to me, you can go a lot of different ways with those three. Do you keep the two to look more alike together? Most people probably would. Do you split them or use the one out of Class 5 there? I'm not sure. But I like all three of those really, really well. For me, one of them just hit me probably the hardest of any of them in this division, and I'm one I like to stick with my first impressions, and so we're going to go with that and then bring a second in and decide for reserve. But let's give this division a big, big round of applause. Awesome group of lightweights.
Your lightweight champion come out of Class 3, Ava Schroyer, and then your reserve come out of Class 5, Katie Hummel. Congratulations. Once again, Farm Credit is a sponsor of the Junior Weather Goat Show. Nationwide, Farm Credit provides more than $160 billion in loans, leases, and services such as crop insurance to farmers, agribusinesses, and homeowners.
Another really good class, and this pair gets pretty neat. I think it's closer than you initially first think when you get to comparing these two. Just kind of, again, depends on the type you like. If you want something that's just a little longer body with enough muscle, you'll fall in love with the second one. If you're like me and like a little extra shape and width and keep it balanced and correct, you can roll with the one I roll with. I love just the pin setting, and I opened up this guy is, again, extremely wide-chested, but still one that ties his head and neck into that shoulder in an attractive and correct manner. I think he handles wider with more width over his loin. I think he's definitely based wider as he leaves you there as well. Just a neat kind of a goat there to lead off this class. I love the extra length of the one we have here in second. That one runs uphill. He's neat-chested and still extremely attractive as he gets there on the go. Just not as much of him. Doesn't handle as wide and square in his loin. Probably just isn't quite as opened up in his base all the way through as what that class winner becomes, but still a neat kind of a goat. Goat we run here in third. I think you change him in a place or two in terms of his hip structure. Maybe we can roll him up. I do love his width. He's got more center probably than the one we set right there in front of him. Just not near as good in terms of his rear skeleton and the usage of it. I want to see him a little more correct in the way he sets there from hock to ground. Weather that we have here next is another one. I think you handle him and he's toned enough. There's enough expression to him. Just maybe not quite enough volume of muscle right on the top side of him. I like to open him up and square him up in his loin just a shade more. I like his hip and his rear skeleton and his width a little better than the one we set right behind him. One we have right here behind him, he's probably a little neater up front. I think he grabs just a little bigger there over his loin when you really get down to it. For me, he wants to taper and funnel back to his hip and to his leg. Just gets a little flatter for me as you watch him go from behind. Want to open him up, make his back match his front from that regard. But again, outstanding class, kind of picked up right where we left off in that last division. So let's give him a big round of applause.
Placings for Class A. First place, Paige Pence. Second place, Darby Ross. Third place, Abigail Wilson. Fourth place, Riley Hoyle. Fifth place, Aaron Johnson. Sixth place, Brandelan Willis. Seventh place, Rachel Murphy. Eighth place, Seth Goodwin of Goodwin Farms. Ninth place, Austin Foreman. And 10th place, Ireland Sweeney. We are now showing Class 9.
good class here. Again, a lot of basic ones in here in terms of muscle shape's not a problem. I think there's some difference in variations in freshness, and you throw that in with structure, and that's where we get our winner here. I think he's the loosest and most comfortable as he goes, but on top of that, that's truly a massive individual when you get on top of him. Huge rack and loin in this guy. Got a big hip and thigh in him, and still sets in a very comfortable yet attractive enough way. I like the way he runs uphill and has some neatness up front. I like to lift him up in his pins, maybe level him up and lengthen his hip just a shade. He wants to be down in the set of his tail there just a touch, but again, I still think one that commands this class rather handily. Decision here in the second and third, and I maybe give up just a touch, a handle over his loin to get a little more extension. I like the added length of the goat here in second, particularly out of his rear skeleton and his hip, much longer there from hooks to pins. Still one that's neat enough up front. Handles like a rock when you get your hands on him, just maybe not quite as fresh right there from loin into his hip as what we find in goats on either side of him, but still a very worthy one of our second hole. Goat here in third, boy, if we can make him 2 ribs longer, we'd make a run for the top spot here with this class winner. Handles tremendously well. You did a nice job feeding and taking care of that one. That one's big-chested and big forearm. He's got a huge top and rib cage in him. He just, even for me, gets a little too short and jammed up out of his hip and his rear skeleton. Want to stretch that one out and lengthen him just a touch. Like the weather we have here next. Again, he's one of those ones I was talking about. It's very basic, very fundamental, and very correct. Just could use a little more everywhere. I like a little more look at him. I like to see just a touch more power in him, still all at the same time. Does he have enough? Maybe. But in this class, probably ran into some trouble there. One we have here next in fifth, I think one that touches very firm and fresh. I think one that's got some extension to him. Just one for me, he wants to tuck up into his lower body too much. I want to open him up in his rib cage. We get him on the go, and to me, he struggles and gets a little tighter and uncoordinated as we get him on the move. I like to see him just reach a little longer, a little freer, and a little easier as he gets to going. But again, outstanding class of weathers here. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 9. First place, Chase Hummel. Second place, Sarah Young. Third place, Ernesto Maldonado. Fourth place, Memory Evenson. Fifth place, Rachel Murphy. Sixth place, Zane Redifer. Seventh place, Cassidy Hearn. 8th place, Alexis Ruiz. 9th place, Morgan Stone. And 10th place, Shelby Terrell. We are now showing Class 10.
One, two, check.
We would like to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Farm Credit. They sponsor thousands of youth programs throughout the United States each year, including the Market Weather Goat Shows.
Fun class, really fun class here. A lot of depth in this class, and that's why I changed the way we were sorting it. Wanted to get some of these ones we liked a little better to the front, so we could kind of compare them a little more directly here. These top two, obviously, I've gone back and forth on them quite a bit, and you can change them up if you like to. To me, there's just a little more uniqueness in the one we go ahead and lead off with. When these guys are on the trot with their heads up, that one's neater and more tucked up in his shoulder. To me, that one's more elevated. But probably my real deciding factor, I know a lot of people don't like to handle them maybe as much as I do, but when you touch that one, you know you touched him. That dude has a massive rack and loin in him. That one's got a ton of leg shape in him there as well. He may want to get just a touch elevated in his spine on the go, maybe not be quite as loose in his rear skeleton as what the second place one becomes. But that's a neat goat. It's got some unique features about him. Goat we have here in second, a little more basic, if you will. Maybe you can pick a few less holes in him, and I wouldn't argue with you there. I still would like to see that one a little more expressive right in there behind his shoulder in terms of his rack. To me, he just didn't have quite the dominance over his loin, especially how it ties into his hip is what that class winner becomes. That's a sound one. That's an athletic enough one. Wants to run downhill just a smidgen, like to elevate him up front. She does a nice job showing that out of him. Neat goat there as well. Probably the most powerful one in terms of just sheer skeletal width and substance is the one here in third. That one is wide-chested. That one does have a ginormous back and rib cage in him as well. He wants to get a little jammed up in this class. I like to stretch him out. He, too, wants to run downhill and carry a little more lower shoulder in him than what I'd consider ideal, but still, that's a stout-headed, stout-skulled one that's got some feature to him, and you like him. Had this one up a little higher, obviously. That one's balanced. That one's good to look at. And at first, I thought maybe he was the complement of our first two. You get your hands on him, he needs more rack. That one wants to fade pretty good there over his top. Not as fresh, not as wide, not as bold, not as opened up. Guy we have here next kind of ran him up the line. I think this is one in terms of just true rib cage. You like to build them round and opened up out of the backside of their shoulder. He's definitely that. Huge over his rack and then big over his loin. He gets short in his hip. I don't think his feet are quite as correct. You get him on the go, and he just kind of falls apart and doesn't have the same kind of look of quality and presence as we travel him as what those ones do ahead of him. But outstanding class. Really deep, a lot of quality in it. Let's give these kids a big hand.
Placings for Class 10. First place, Elizabeth Michael. Second place, Carly Costello. Third place, Connor Blake. Fourth place, Kayla Cooper. Fifth place, Tanner Burdett. Sixth place, Max Scamahorn. Seventh place, Jack Hoyle. Eighth place, Cheyenne Whaley. Ninth place, Jordan Barnett. And 10th place, Carly Klitz. We are now showing Class 11.
really good class, and then again, good on the top end. These two came in together, and you liked them, and you really like this one. That leads off this class. That one's neat. You talk about the fundamentals of a market goat, and he's got a lot of those in check and in a really really good way. Not many of them in this class are as dynamic and good in terms of the way they open up behind his shoulder. He's so consistent in terms of his rib cage and the way he blends in, but yet still keeps himself tucked up and balanced enough. He's not wasty bellied, but yet he's still got a lot of power, a lot of width, a lot of substance to him. When he's not jumping for the stars, you can still see that one gets and goes and travels and has some correctness about him there as well. Neat market animal there that wins this class. Goat we have here in second. He's the pretty one. That one's up fronted, neat chested as any of them. I think he's deceiving for me. I didn't expect him to handle with as much shape as what he actually does, and he's pretty wide and square there over his loin. He doesn't have the leg dimension of your class winner. He doesn't have the chest width and just the sheer power of what that guy has either, but that's still a neat looking goat. I like the way the goat here in third, again, handles very, very well, and it was a close decision between third and fourth. To me, this one comes to us bolder in his rack. He's bolder there over his loin, just a wider chest one. I want to lengthen him up out of his hip and raise him up in his tail set ever so slightly. Maybe give him a little more lower leg dimension as he leaves you there as well. The redneck goat we have here, he does an awesome job getting this one parked and getting it out of him. Really good to look at. Very, very smooth. Handles pretty firm there. Finally decided, though, when you watch him go and get on top of him when he doesn't have him driven, he wants to give up a little muscle. I like to just power him up just that much more, give him more shape, but he does a nice job with him. Big-legged one, big featured, just one that needs a little more still. He's a little flatter in his leg and his outer thigh and stifle. I like to see that one a little bolder in terms of his forearm shape there and just more shape in general all the way through. Outstanding class, neat goat there up top. But let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 11. First place, Tara Hummel. Second place, Renee Svanovec. Third place, Kylie Whitworth. Fourth place, Jared Baldwin. Fifth place, Isaac Beal. Sixth place, Gillian Reese. Seventh place, Lydia Wilson. Eighth place, Ashley Hillier. Ninth place, Rachel Murphy. And 10th place, Haley McDade. We are now showing Class 12.
Another really fun class. Weathers here, and again, these top 5 or 6 or 7 that you get into, you like pretty well. The one we go ahead and use, he's the different one. You either put him up here, or you bury him a little further. To me, just skeletally, his look, his presence is what kind of commands out here. That's a square built one that's just as athletic as can be. I love how trim and neat he is there through his front and his chest. Still opens up good in terms of his rib cage. I do have one fundamental question with that guy at 90 plus pounds where he is. Maybe could use just a touch more on him, just to fill in his loin just a shade more. But boy, it's hard to get him that good looking from the side, and as good built as he is, to still put some muscle in him. Neat goat here to win the class. Goat run here in second. Again, I actually like him better right out of the backside of his shoulder than the one that wins this class. I like his top shape and his boldness that we have there as well. Just one for me, and maybe gets just a little shy when you get right in behind him. I like to open him up in his pins and give him just a touch more definition of muscle down there through his lower leg. But boy, he balances so well from the side. Very, very proportional and smooth blending of way he puts things together. The one here in third, that's the wide one of this class. That one's extremely big chested. That one's extremely big backed and bold ribbed. Really, really big over his loin. He's got some width when you get in behind him. He's also the short jammed up one. I like to extend that guy out, particularly out of his rear skeleton and hip and rear hind saddle, and make him a lot longer and leveler there. He just wants to get shorter, and he shows that when he drives, kind of pinches down there off his rear skeleton. There's not a cooler person in this building than you, Coss. That guy right there kind of gets it done. I like his demeanor. It's chilled. It's relaxed. Sometimes you wonder if he knows what he's getting into and what he's got in his hands, and sometimes you just kind of know that that's just him. He's out here leading this one. That's a pretty good goat he's got there. I love that one on the lead and on the move. That one's probably as long-sided and elevated as any of them. I think what's deceiving about this goat, you get right on top of him, that may be the biggest loin and biggest center top goat of anything in this class. If we could just power him up from behind, give him more thigh, give him more hip and more lower leg, he makes his game a little more complicated, and it don't hurt that he's leading that one. He does a good job with that goat. Young lady here next in fifth. I like this one a lot on the walk-in. He's got that good shape from the side. You can see it turn to his leg. He's got some chest width about him. I think he's proportional and balanced enough. He's long enough, but to me, that one start to get just a little staler and drier in terms of the way he handled. I want to freshen him up a bit, send him into his loin and his hip just a touch smoother there as well. And then as you compared him to these goats, especially one in front of him, he's a little shorter body, a little rounder shoulder, kind of come apart in his balance a touch. But that's a neat class of goats there. Let's give these kids a big hand. Another competitive group.
Placings for Class 12. First place, Dylan Hummel. Second place, Kylie Whitworth. Third place, Maddie Cumming. Fourth place, Dayton Mordvitt. Fifth place, Sarah Young. Sixth place, Jack Hoyle. Seventh place, Alexandra Costello. Eighth place, Kayla Lippert. Ninth place, Ashley Smith. 10th place, Jarrett Baldwin. We are now showing Class 13.
Interesting class here, and again, apologize for taking a little more time. A lot of different ways you can assemble, in my mind, these top 5, 6, or 7 here. A lot of differences in them. But for me, if you just, again, get back to the fundamentals of what a market goat ought to look like, this paint one here, in terms of just his rib cage and roundness of his rib, how tucked up and neat he stays, trim. He's extremely massive over his loin and over his rack there. Here's the weird part about that one, and maybe it's just the color playing with me. You get on this side, and you think he's way too off in his hip. You get to the other side where the whole hip's red, you think, oh, heck, he's not all that bad out of his hip. And so it just gives you a different view in terms of the way he looks out there. And that was the only thing holding me back. I want to elevate that guy and his tail set there just a little bit, but I still think a nice goat puts a lot of shape together. The shape is what gets this one in second in trouble. Now, I like the one in second. You talk about one that's smooth. I love the body shape. I love the look of him, presented extremely nicely. You start to look at that guy, particularly in his leg and his thigh, and he's just not quite enough shape and expression of muscle for me personally. I want to give him more turn to his leg, make him look a little more genuine in his shape. He's got enough width to him, very, very smooth and good in his balance. Just want to see more shape there. One here in third become the raw one. He's even though we're in the 90s, he's still not quite there. He doesn't handle quite as good there right over his rack, maybe as what these others do. Initially, when you come in, I think skeletally you like him the best in here in terms of his squareness, his width coming and going, and stays pretty correct there. Just wanted to see a little more on him, honestly, in terms of just finish and maybe right there over his rack, a little more dimension there. Hard one for me was this one I ended up sticking in fourth. I think when he gets him drove and stuck right there, he belongs towards the top end of this class. I love the shape of him. I like the rib dimension of him. I like his body and the way it fits into him. You really go to handling that guy, and he pinches there in his loin, doesn't send it quite as flat and smooth and square into his hip is what I like him to. And then when we get him on the go, maybe he falls apart a little bit in terms of balance and doesn't keep himself in smooth and collected about his top line. One we leave here in fifth, I think one of the truly neat-looking ones out here in terms of profile. Very, very upfronted. Just needs more dimension, needs to be more goat there, particularly when you get him behind this one. Wants to flatten the narrative to his pins quite a bit there. Same thing can be said for the one that comes next. Probably one of the more attractive ones of the entire set here. Just needs more muscle shape to move up a little higher there. Again, very competitive class. A lot of goats in here that you like and you can get high on. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 13. First place, Sidney Klemesh. Second place, Morgan Limley. Third place, Tara Hummel. Fourth place, Nick Depp. Fifth place, Cheyenne Whaley. Sixth place, Renee Svanovic. Seventh place, Tanner Huntsman. Eighth place, Adam Bensman. Ninth place, Mariah Jansen. And 10th place, Shelby Terrell. We are now showing Class 14, 95 pounds in weight.
class like this, you really get excited. And for me, and no disrespect from third on, but I kind of had to pull them out of the way so I could actually get the rest of the class sorted, because you can study these two all day. You can really come up here and nitpick and go back and forth on them. I'll just be real honest. When that first one came in, I thought, boy, it's going to take something to get around him in this class, and it just didn't show up. That thing right there has got an incredible shape of muscle to him. I love just the hip and thigh and the way he ties things together. Sets his tail set up there high on the end of his skeleton there as well. You talk about a round rib cage on one that's still tucked up in his chest and attractive enough. And to top it off, that thing is as fresh as can be. You put your hands on him. You love the way he handles over his loin. You like the way he handles over his rack. And then when he decides to get and go, he straight prances out there. He knows he's good and likes to show it off. That's a good goat there that wins this class. Goat we have here in second, he ain't no slouch. This girl can flat drive this thing, and that one keeps his head up and out of him. He's probably got the advantage in just total body length if you want to compare the pair of them. That one's long hip. That one handles good enough. He's still square. He's not as square moving going from behind as what that class winner is. I don't think he touches as fresh as what that class winner does, but that's still a neat one that puts a lot of neat things together. Got some neat features about him. Really, really nice pair of goats here. Goat we have here in third just ran into a brick wall with those two in front of him. I love the shape of this one. I love his rib cage. He's got some stoutness to him, just not quite in the same league skeleton-wise. Doesn't have quite the quality hip and hind leg design maybe we find in those top two goats there, but still a neat individual. Goat I kind of worked up here. I like his tone. I like his top. I like his trimness at this weight. He's got some extension to him there. Just for me, probably I'd still power him up from behind just a shade more. He gets a little flatter in his thigh and his leg there. Maybe doesn't handle his rear skeleton quite as loose and comfortably, especially as those top two, but that's still a nice weather there. Whether we leave here in fifth, maybe just became the smaller, more conventional one here. Wants to drive his hind leg a little straighter here, but boy, good ribbed one, good bodied one, good balanced one, and still has enough muscle. Maybe freshen him up a touch there as well. Really, really good class. Nice pair there up top. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings for Class 14. First place, Katie Hummel. Second place, Ava Schroyer. Third place, Aaron Johnson. Fourth place, Hayden Eccles. Fifth place, Abigail Wilson. Sixth place, Dale Masden. Seventh place, Riley Hoyle. Eighth place, Ferry Young. Ninth place, Hope Flashpolar. 10th place, Paul Williams. We are now showing for middleweight division champion.
Really, really good division. I don't think I really have to say that. You can study them out here, and there's some more that didn't make it out here that could have easily been up here. Again, we started this division in a real good way, and then when that one first came in, I thought, boy, that one's going to be a contender in this division, and he kind of is, but he kind of isn't. You like the way he's built. You like the things he puts together. Maybe just a little shy and flatter there in his inner thigh and his twist and his outside leg, but that's still a neat creature that's got a square chest and a good look to him. Extremely muscular one that came out of this next class. You talk about shape, he's got it. You talk about his rib cage, he's got that as well. One that still has some chest width to him. He gets a little rounder in the way he's constructed and made. I want to change him out of his hip and lengthen him there, but still a neat kind of individual there. Really love just the handle, the upfrontedness, the youthfulness of the one you have here in the third class here, and still one that belongs out here. You get him on the go, very, very upredded and elevated. Just gets a little tightener and right there in the middle of his top and his loin. You like to relax him there, but still a good one. Again, one of the other contenders out here is this one out of this fourth class. You talk about a rib cage. This one's got a rib cage. This one opens up as round and bold in the backside of his shoulder as any of them out here. I love the shape to his back. I like the shape he has when you see him from behind. And still one that gets and goes and travels as square as you want to have him. Are there some out here that are longer, more chiseled about their front and chest? Probably. But that one still puts a lot of good together for a market goat. And I think he covers those fundamentals extremely well, but still takes it to the next level in terms of quality and his build and his structure. I like him with that. Goat that came out of the next class, probably one of the truly more athletic-looking ones of this entire drive. That one's up-headed and runs uphill. That one's got a cool hip shape to him there as well, and he can flat travel. He gets and goes. Just talked about him in class. I wondered if there was just quite enough of him in terms of maturity. I know he's at a heavier weight, but you go to touch him, I think this guy can still have another month on him and get even better on down the road. Not quite there, but I do love the quality and the build of that guy. Red hip one that we have here next, a ton of shape, a ton of freshness, real bold and round rib. Again, change him in his tail set and his hip just a tick. Maybe change him in his shoulder just a touch. And then, again, that pair that came out of this last class. I guess the question is, do you leave that pair together? Is what my whole debate is out here. They're kind of different in what they do. You like both of them. I'm not going to lie, guys. This one hit me pretty hard. No question. I don't think it's any secret. I like this one. He's going to win this division. We'll fight for reserve.
Your middleweight champion was Katie Hummel out of Class 14, and reserve went to Ava Schroyer, also out of Class 14. Congratulations. We are now showing Class 15 in our heavyweight division. 96 to 97 pounds. Class 15 is going in the ring.
Another good class here, and you can trade a lot with these top three or four. Again, wouldn't get a big argument from me. The one I go ahead and use here, maybe a little frailer is what you change about that one, but after that, that's the best balanced one. To me, that's the one that handles the best over his top. He's actually deceivingly wide out of his hip and his pins. He's got enough shape to his leg there. Again, there's more expressively muscled ones in terms of their leg shape that stand right behind him, but they don't combine it with the skeletal width up top and their upper skeleton and the length and design of what he comes with here in this class. Whether we have here next in second, I do love his shape. I love the amount of product that he does have. He is a little bigger footed and heavier there at the surface. He's also a little steeper and rounder out of his hip, a little rounder about his shoulder, and maybe just doesn't blend his pieces quite as neatly and extended as what that class winner does. One we have here in third, there's pieces of this one you really like. I'm really intrigued with this one's front end set and the way he's designed. Really a stout skull, but yet neat-headed one that's square in his chest. He still has some forearm. Just one for me. I wasn't expecting it, but when you get right behind him to his upper pin setting, you like to open and square that guy up. He gets just a touch staler in his touch relative to those top two, but still a nice goat to say the same. Whether we have here next and fourth, again, another good ribbed one, another one that's very basic and good in his fundamentals, just gets a touch shorter and up front. You like to make him just naturally a little longer neck. He's a little deeper there in his chest and his lower shoulder takes away from him there a little bit. And then the one that ends up fifth in this class, you like his length. I like the way he utilizes his hind leg in particular. Just needs more shape into his inner leg and thigh. I like to see more shape to him right there over his rack as you really get to study him there as well. But again, competitive class, nice class of Weathers.
Placings for Class 15. First place, Skyland Fleming. Second place, Skylar Mitchell. Third place, Sarah Young. Fourth place, Memory Evenson. Fifth place, Heidi Brickler. Sixth place, Kaylee Teepee. Seventh place, Tiffany Sunday. Eighth place, Blake Elick. Ninth place, Megan Gibney. And 10th place, Kelly Smith. We are now showing Class 16.
think another very good and competitive class. And again, these top two, I think when they lead in and you're initially drawn to them pretty quickly. I think both these goats really navigate themselves well around the ring in terms of their posture. Just have a neat presence to them, very up-headed, very alert in the way they go. Difference is, young ladies is quite a bit fresher. I talk about one that's opened up in his rib quite a bit better. I think he transcends from his loin into his hip in a much fresher and fuller fashion there as well. Plus, you get off to the side of that one. He's just very, very balanced, still very good to look at. Again, not the biggest in the world, but that's still a solid goat. Puts a lot of good things together. I think becomes a very comfortable class winner. Goat Relief here in second. Again, I like his look. I like his build. That one's wide and opened up and square. He actually has some true width and muscle to him. He's just a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his loin shape, starting to fade just a touch more. I like him better on the go, though. I like him better in the way he handles his front skeleton than the whether we have here in third. Whether we have here in third, again, big middle in terms of just being bold. Got a big hip in him, big top, just a little too deep in terms of his chest and his shoulder. A little plainer as you get off of him and study him. I like to elevate that guy, make him a little better to look at. Redneck one he have next. She does a nice job getting everything out of this one. He's a little jammed up, a little short, and maybe not quite as wide pinned. But when you handle this guy, he's incredibly big topped, incredibly big over his rack there, and she puts him together in a way that he still looks balanced. When she disengages and takes him on the stroll, to me that's where I find his faults. Want to change him out of his hip and his rump structure just a little more, maybe lift him in the base of his tail set, give him just a touch more shape when you get right in behind him. And lady here just got one that's a little too short body and a little too low to the ground. I like to pick this guy up, make him more extended, especially at this weight and this class, but he sure has the right kind of muscle shape. I think his proportion and balance from the side is good enough, just wish he had a little more length and size to go along with it. But again, very, very competitive class. Once again, let's give these kids a nice hand.
There you go. Placings for Class 16. First place, Madison Huntsman. Second place, Nick Depp. Third place, Drew Walker. Fourth place, Olivia McDade. Fifth place, Kylie Harriman. Sixth place, Merritt Evenson. Seventh place, Ernesto Maldonado. Eighth place, Adam Bensman. Ninth place, Abby Dukes. And 10th place, Braylon Willis. We are now showing Class 17, 101 pounds to 103 pounds.
Another really good class here, and a pretty easy one to find. Is he perfect? No. I like to maybe open him up in his forerib just a shade, but that's an exotic looking one. That one's extreme in terms of his front end and the way he puts it together. Big, massive chest and forearm in this one. You get behind him, you're still impressed with the amount of shape that he's allowed to carry, a big foot that he sets on the ground, and just an extremely attractive manner. Again, just open him up at his forerib ever so slightly for me, but he's still a commanding winner here in this class. One we hear here in second, to me, he's the other good skeleton, good built one of this crew. Handles himself quite a bit better in terms of the strength of his spine. You watch him go from behind, there's still some squareness, and then there's still product in that goat. You get your hands on him, he's got some volume of muscle to him. I'd still, again, lengthen out his hip. He's just a little lower than where his tail sits in relation to his jump muscle there as well. I like to maybe just make him a touch more shape when you get right in behind him, but still nice profiling one that's up fronted and neat. One I ran up the line here, I caught a bad handle of him early, and the longer we kind of got to studying him, the more I liked him up here in third. I love just the chest width and shape, the basicness of this guy. He's got his market fundamentals covered. He just gets a little staler right there in his loin. I like to freshen him up and open him up there in terms of his loin, but still a good kind of weather. Red tail weather that comes here next, just one that finally for me got a little too deep in his body, too short and off in his hip. He handles good up top. He's got a bold rib setting in him there as well. Just start to look a little shorter, a little quicker here out here. I want to elongate him, make him a little more extended, strengthen him up in his passions a touch as well. We could give this one just a little more width, particularly up high. We could find a different place for him in class. I like his design. I like his extra length. He's got some foot and bone underneath him. Just when he goes away from me, he gets a little too narrow for me coming at you. Also, I like to square him up and open him up in his chest width. And to me, if you did that, he'd be a little bigger up top there as well. Powerful rascal that comes there next in six. Just a little too down on his pasterns, not quite good enough in his build and his look. And as we go on, maybe some muscle differences, mostly just freshness differences when we get down through this class. But again, good competitive set of individuals. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placings for Class 17. First place, Aaron Johnson. Second place, Skyland Fleming. Third place, Nate Violet. Fourth place, Merritt Evenson. Fifth place, Megan Gibney. Sixth place, Blake Noblet. Seventh place, Kaylin McKeck. Eighth place, Amelia Stone. Ninth place, Mariah Jansen. And 10th place, Farrah Young. We are now showing Class 18, 104 to 106 pounds.
Really an intriguing pair of weathers that we have on the top end of this class. I think both of them are blessed with a lot of power, a lot of shape, and a lot of muscle, and so I think you can almost set that aside, even though the one in second's pretty extreme when it comes to that. And I think when you just start to building those two, trying to put them together in terms of balance and skeletal correctness, to me, the blonde-necked one here just kind of excels in that. He's just so much smoother in the way everything hooks together. The way he transitions his pieces is better. He's better right there over his loin. He's just fresher to the touch and still one that's very square and correct in the way in which he goes and which he travels. Obviously, the one here in second is more massive. That one's incredible in terms of his rib cage. He's incredible in terms of just his sheer rack shape and how pronounced it is. There hadn't been a bigger hip, bigger legged goat probably enter the ring today than what he is. He's a little pinch right there over his loin. With all that power, he gets just a little coarser and rounder up front. And when we go on a stroll, he wants to maybe fight it a little bit and maybe not come up out of his front end quite as attractively as what that class winner does. But that's a neat pair of weathers there that lead off this class. What do we have here in third? Just ran into a power issue. That's a pretty one. That's a good-looking one. Very, very elevated and runs uphill. He's got the right look from the side. You get it right on top of him, though. I think he needs more dimension. I like to open him up right there over his rack, especially. Red Hawk, the one we have next. There's times I really, really like this one and want to put him a place higher, and there's times he gets a little piecey on me. I do love this one's just freshness and youthfulness in this class. I think he has some true honest shape to him. Just gets overpowered, wants to fade in his loin just a touch more in terms of the squareness relative to those right there ahead of him. One we leave here in fifth. We could maybe change him from his hooks and pins back. It makes the story even more challenging here. He's round-ribbed. He's big in his top. He's got enough look up front for me. He's got enough structure for me. Just when you get him behind him, he wants to flatten there. Doesn't have quite the shape and dimension of muscle that we find in those ones that we set out there ahead of him. Again, very deep class, pretty competitive class. A lot of good market goats in here. Let's give these kids a hand.
At this time, we'd also like to recognize our showmanship winners from last night. The 6 to 7 year old class, Lexi Garrett. The 8 to 9 year old class, Drew Walker. 10-year-old class, Taya Hamilton. 11-year-old class, Jacob Roth. And the division winner was Jacob Roth. In the 12-year-old class, Max Scamahorn. In the 13-year-old class, Paige Pence. The 14-year-old class, Maddie Cummins. The 15-year-old class, Carly Castillo, and the division champ out of that middle division was Maddie Cummins. In the 16-year-old class was Brett Dyer. 17-year-old class, Rachel Murphy. 18 to 19-year-old class was Olivia McDade. The 20 to 21-year-old class was Darby Ross. There was 236 exhibitors. Let's give those showmen a round of applause for last night. Your placings for Class 18. First place, Chance Flock. Second place, Sydney Clemesh. Third place, Kaylee Mayo. Fourth place, Camille Mitchell. Fifth place, Brooks Barber. Sixth place, Bethany Gokenauer. Seventh place was Carly Critchlow. Eighth place, Max Scamahorn. Ninth place was Dean Bennett. And 10th place was Gracie Fashpoler. We are now showing Class 19, 107 to 110 pounds.
Another good class, and again, definitely some quality here on our top end. Again, we get to these heavier weights over 100 plus here, and freshness begins to be a big factor for me once we get in here, and that's kind of what sorts a few of these off. But to me, the one here that leads off this class, just in terms of that one, when he hits the ring, his build, his squareness, his look, his attractiveness really commands in this class. That's a big-chested one still. That's a very wide loin one still that has some rack dimension around enough rib cage to him and a big old hip and leg. He may not transition perfectly from his loin into his hip, and that's where you change that guy a little bit, but a neat kind of a goat still. Stud's back with another one. He's got one here that's got a really got a lot of shape here in terms of his top. I like the boldness of his rib. I like the look and presence of this one. I would like to strengthen this one in his pasterns and make him a little better there. I like to maybe give him just a touch more expression of muscle right there over his rack. But a fresh enough one here at this weight. I like his length. I like his balance. Fits in nicely there in our second spot. Freshest goat in the class, probably this red top one here that comes next. Very youthful in this class, and that's a good thing. I like the tone and shape in which he handles in terms of expression. He needs more volume of muscle. He gets a little flatter there in terms of his rack, right there in his upper rib cage. I want to lengthen that one's hip as well. He's just a little shorter and steeper in the way his hooks and pins set into him there as well. Boy, if we can make this one fresher, it'd probably change our ball game. I love the way this one's designed. Initially, I had this one up a little higher. Every time I go to touch this one, though, fades in that loin a little too much for me. Not quite there in terms of rack freshness for me as well. But still, a nice goat quality. For me, just a little past his end point. One we bring here next, one that's got some length, patterned a lot like the one in front of him. Very big-footed and heavy bone. Just needs more skeletal width and more punch to run here in this class. But good class of weathers here.
Placings for Class 19. First place, Paige Pence. Second place, Dayton Mortweed. Third place, Skylar Mitchell. Fourth place, Taylor Carr. Fifth place, Jacob Prosson. Sixth place, Maddie Cumming. Seventh place, Kayla Cooper. Eighth place, Emily Luthringer. Ninth place, Nate Violet. And 10th place, Carly Critchlow. We are now on Class 20, 111 to 115 pounds.
Another good class here, and I waffle and go back and forth on these two. But initially, when they came in, I took a liking to the speckle pelted one here to win the class. Now, more and more you dive into it, the more and more you look at them. He's maybe starting to push a little more condition than I'd call ideal, even at this weight. But boy, his rib cage is still there, and so you're going to have to deal with it. And that one's really, really big over his back and his loin. I think where my deciding factor, again, trying to stay consistent as possible, you get behind these two, and there's no doubt which one has more dimension, more true hip and rump in him, and that's definitely the one we'll lead off with. Yeah. So I like to lean him up just a shade, maybe tuck him in his front end and elevate him just a touch. Shoulder back, though, I think that's the best meat goat that we have out here. One that touches a little trimmer, maybe a little more athletic in his handle when you really get down to it. I like the way he's designed there up front. I want to change his rear leg posture just a shade for me when we get him on the travel. I'd also like to just power that guy up in terms of his lower leg when he goes from behind. But still a neat one, very trim and good at this weight. Probably the problem one for me is this guy here. When he first walks in, if you talk about on each end of him, his hip and rump structure, the way he's designed up front, that's the coolest, best built one of the entire class. He's about a month past where he needed to be in my mind. He's losing his top. He's a little staler. Doesn't handle near as fresh. Gets outside of himself maybe a little too much up front. I like him wide, but we still got to keep him correct and square. He wants to toe him out. Then you get behind him. He doesn't have near the stifle maybe, though I like to see him have. But there's a cool one. It's got some neat pieces. They don't all blend together just yet, and a little stale at the same time. One we have here next just got a little softer in his handle, and you wouldn't expect that from this one when you get to the outside of him. He's long-sided. He's fairly trim and neat. He's got enough muscle. I want to see that one handled just a little firm, a little more expressive there all the way through. One we leave here in fifth, still a solid, good goat. Gets maybe just a little weaker on his passions, if you will. But main thing, I want to power that guy up and give him quite a bit more width coming and going as you compare him to those contemporaries we set out ahead of him. But, again, another solid class of goats. Let's give these kiddos a nice hand.
Placings for Class 20, Elizabeth Mitchell for first place. Second place, Katie Revel. Third place, Paige Pence. Fourth place, Madison Goki. Fifth place, Reagan Glass. Sixth place, Merritt Evenson. Seventh place, Lane Hollingsworth. Eighth place, Kennedy Moore. Ninth place, Stacy Winter. And 10th place, Drew Walker. We are now showing Class 21, 116 pounds to 121 pounds.
Another one of those classes, maybe you don't have the standout in here, and some people would say just latch on to the pretty one, and I say latch on to the one that blends power and freshness, and that's what the black-headed one does. That one still has some shape and some dimension to him. Easily one of the better ribbed ones in this class, easy one of the fresher ones in this class, and still has some top shape to go along with it. He's a little too round in his shoulder, a little deep up front, but still one that's good and basic in his design. Red tail one here, he's probably the most muscular, the widest made one of the entire crew. Big chest and form, and that guy got a big wide loin that spans pretty wide when you get your hands on it. He gets a little stale for me, and I like to give him more shape there to his lower leg. He gets a little flatter than what I desire, but still one I think is tucked up neat enough, has enough extension, just wish he was a little fresher. One we bring out here next, another one that, again, the rib cage sets in him good. I think there's enough balance to that guy. I want to see him just a little better and stronger right near behind his shoulder over his rack. Maybe stouten him up in his bone work. A long-sided one that you have here next just could use a touch more width and stoutness. Probably the prettiest profile in one of the crew. Stands here in fifth. For me, he's just not fresh enough, not near enough shape. When you run him over his top, particularly right there over his rack, he fades the most of the ones we have here in this initial five. But again, a good class of weathers here. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 21. First place, Tiffany Sunday. Second place, Garrett Munnin. Third place, Alice Kirby. Fourth place, Colin Wellborn. Fifth place, Grace Day. Sixth place, Cheyenne Bookmiller. Seventh place, Cami Revel. Eighth place, Hayden Dino. Ninth place, Olivia Coombs. And 10th place, Blake Elick. We are now showing Class 22. Following Class 22, we will be showing for our heavyweight division champion. We need all those first and second place animals from the heavyweight division back up to the makeup ring to show for the heavyweight division champion.
Here in our heavyweight class, or super heavyweight, if you want to look at it that way. Uh, One option in here for me in terms of just actually having some true shape. He's obviously the biggest, most upstanding in his loin. Of a set of older ones, he's still probably the freshest one out here. Go to critique him. He's a little shorter body, a little lower to the ground. But again, that's the best market goat of the five. Here's, to me, my decision with these next two. The one we leave in second, he just handles a whole lot better there over his loin. He's more expansive there in terms of his upper rib cage. He's too down on his pasterns. I think he needs more shape in his leg, but I like the way he handles up top better than the one we leave here in third. One we leave here in third, I like the shape to his hip and to his leg. He's flatter in his rib cage, though, obviously putting on a little more condition. Big boy we have here next. He brings some width to us, but I want to see him quite a bit leaner in what he has on him. He's got quite a bit on him, doesn't handle as much shape. Then the one that ends up fifth in this class, he's probably got as much foot and bone as anything in here. Just gets out-powered still in terms of width and muscle, maybe not quite as good balance as what we find ahead of him. But a good class for us to end on, start our heavyweight division.
Placings for Class 22. First place, Zach Mitchell. Second place, Gillian Reese. Third place, Taylor Ray. Fourth place, Tiffany Sunday. And fifth place, Hayden Dino. We are now showing for our heavyweight division champion. As our judge is making his selection on his heavyweight champion, let's give him a round of applause for the job he's done today.
Really a nice way to end here with this heavy division. Very impressed. Still what we have out here. Again, don't want to go through and talk each one of them. I think obviously two of them probably just stick out just a little more here out of our Class 3 and our Class 4. I'll discuss them just very, very briefly. Our Class 3, that one probably maybe be the more exotic looking one of the crew. That one's really, really wide and square out of his pins. That one's got a huge chest floor in him there as well. Still very elevated and very neat as you design him up front. He's got a big leg in him there and handles good in terms of his loin shape. I think his mid-rib cage is very good. Still one that sets good enough and attractive enough in structure. I guess my one problem with him or concern or question may I have, I like to design him just slightly differently there in terms of his rack and his upper rib cage right in behind his shoulder, maybe pull him apart just a shade there. And you can tell at times when he gets on the go, he gets just a little weaker right there. One right behind him, that guy's incredibly smooth. I think he puts himself together extremely well. There's some shape with him there as well. There's some hip dimension there. I like the way he handles in terms of freshness and smoothness all the way through. Again, not as extreme in his pieces maybe as what the one in the class right ahead of him is, but still one I think that fits a lot of nice things together. I like to elevate him out of his hip relative to that one that sits there in front of him. He's got plenty of muscle, but maybe not quite as massive as the one that sits right in front of him. So a lot of give and take between those two. We can go back and forth, and I'll study them just a shade longer and then get you a grade in reserve in this division. Let's give our heavyweight division exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
Your champion heavyweight is Chance Flock out of Class 18. And your reserve is Aaron Johnson out of Class 17. We're now going to show for Grand Champion Market Animal. If we could get those light, middle, and heavyweight division champions back in the ring to show for Grand Champion. For our lightweight division, for our champion, we're looking for Ava Schroyer. Reserve, Katie Hummel. For our middleweight, our champion was Katie Hummel. Reserve, Ava Schroyer. And then our heavyweight champion, Chance Flock. And reserve, Aaron Johnson.
We'll keep it rolling here. Pretty impressed. I'm not sure if anybody else was, but I was thoroughly impressed with what we have out here. A lot of quality in here, and again, unfortunately for some of you, it was my opinion that counted today. But I really do like what we have out here in front of us. The lightweight division winner, that thing's kind of neat. I do love that one's with the chest. I do love how elevated that one is. A big hip one still. And again, at that weight and in that division, thought he kind of handled it pretty well. Still has some shape to him there. A nice winner in our light division. Our reserve in that division, to steal a phrase maybe from another barn, just looks like a little fat steer is what he looks like out here. He's opened up in terms of his rib cage. He's got a big old back in him, a wide chest floor in him, and still pretty stout. Again, I think you can tell why we made the decision we made. Maybe not quite as dynamic in terms of his rear leg set, not quite as neat and attractive there up front, but that one's got a rib cage to die for here. Our middle division, I think that whole division of middleweights was awesome. It was very, very fun, and to come out with the two we did, I thought was pretty cool. The one that won that division, again, hit you pretty hard when he came into the gate. Again, loved the shape of that one. Loved his rib cage. I think what's really neat about him, he keeps himself tucked up and elevated in the right way. That one's pretty massive. And then when you get him out on the go, he strolls. I'm sure there's some that say they want a bigger, more stretched out one probably than that one. He's plenty good for me. I like the things he puts together. That reserve in that division, again, that was your other option. That is a longer body one. That one is up in the air. That one is big and stout out of his hip there as well. I thought just rib cage wise, this one and maybe another one in that class had that advantage over him, but I just could not leave him out of the mix because I do think there's a lot of good in that particular goat as well. We come down to our heavy division. Maybe the most complete one of all of them. I'm not sure. He puts a lot of good together. He's not extreme in any one manner at all. It's just everything kind of fits and goes together with him. Could he use more? Maybe. You could power him up in a place or two, but that one still does a lot of good. Love his smoothness, love his trimness and youthfulness in that heavy division. A powerhouse there. We use reserve behind him. Just got a piecey for me. Again, I like these things out here. To me, when linebackers meet beauty models, they get this one right here, and he's going to be our champion here in the show. Again, we replace him in line. Again, I like him. Again, a big-legged, nice presented one. I think it's only fitting. Those two are my favorite when they came in. We're going to keep them together, use that reserve middleweight to be the reserve. Little one here has given up quite a bit of weight in this class, but I think when you just study good from bad, that's the most attractive one. I think for her size, she sets the squarest off either end as you study her there as well. And I think relative to her size, you study pin width between our first and second. I think she opens up better at the top of her hip and her pins. Tremendous amount of muscle shape up top. Very, very neat looking as you get her there from the side. She's a touch frailer in her bone. Maybe you change that, but again, she's a young little one. So you don't want to make her too quick pattern. So I like a lot of things that one puts together. One we leave here in second. Some could say she's the complement of the two on each side of her, and I wouldn't argue. She's the other really attractive one in this class that still has some skeletal soundness and structure to her. I think she holds herself much leveler, more correct out of her hip and her top than the one we sit there in third. Like I said, though, I still like to pull that one apart at the upper part of her hip and pin setting, make her a little wider and bolder there. I like the muscle shape we have of the one here in third. A ton of shape in leg. She's got a ton of boldness to the middle part of her body. When we ask these three those to lead, that's where she kind of falls apart and kind of roaches up and gets just a little uneven in her top line. She, too, for me, wants to bury herself in terms of her shoulder a little more and just doesn't handle it near as correctly, but still a nice doe with some neat pieces. No doubt about it, the power doe of the class is the one that stands here in fourth. I do love power, and that one's got a lot of it. It just isn't assembled just as correctly as it needs to be. A little coarser shoulder, open at the top of her shoulder, a little rounder off both ends. I want her to keep her stoutness a feature, but I just want to refine her in terms of the way it fits onto her skeleton just a touch more. One we bring out here in fifth, I do like her as well. She's the one, though, you study them over their top and their upper rib cage and her loin. She wants to pinch just a little bit there, not quite be as full and stout. And again, she's green, she's young, got time to get there, but as today, a little greener there in terms of her top line. But again, very, very nice class of does here. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Placings from Class 1 Weather Dams. First place, Skyland Fleming. Second place, Leah Griner. Third place, Madison Kelly. Fourth place, Ethan Wall. Fifth place, Madison Kelly. Sixth place, Jocelyn Whitmer. Seventh place, Megan Katafi. Eighth place, Rebecca Willis. Ninth place, Abigail Osborne. 10th place, Abby States. We are now showing Class 2. I'd like to take a minute to introduce our judge, Brandon Callis of Minko, Oklahoma. He's a 2005 grad of Texas A&M. He has a master's degree in animal breeding and genetics from K-State and currently the livestock judging coach and instructor at Redlands Community College. Let's give him a round of applause for judging our weather dams.
Got a nice set of does and a fairly logical one to find here. Even past the extremeness of her legs and the way we've got her put together, I think there's still just the most doe there that still has the best quality look and build. That one's tremendous in the way she opens up behind her shoulder, very consistent in the way that transitions through the rest of her body and skeleton. You get behind her, you're extremely impressed. That one's got a ton of shape and power to her, but you still keeps it balanced, keeps it neat and tidy as you study her up front. Put together extremely nice there as well. The red one we have here in second, she's not quite as attractive in her hind leg set in the way she's designed, but I think from there up, she's easily the second best one in here. She's the only other one for me that opens up the top side of her skeleton the correct way, really big in her hip and a pin, really bold in her rib shape there. She's not as wide-chested, not as powerful, again, not as good in her hind leg as what your class winner becomes, but still a nice doe. Probably a little younger, thinner doe that comes here next and then third, but I like the shape of her. I like her design. Just gets overpowered a touch by those two we put in front of her. One here, you love the profile and femininity of. I just want to stouten her skull, stouten her in terms of her build. She gets just a touch flatter and narrower all the way through. Ton of power in this one, ton of width in this one. I just wanted to assemble it a little different. She wants to get a little weaker in there behind her shoulder. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely. But again, nice set of does here in this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
We'd like to take this time to also thank Farm Credit for their generous sponsorship of this year's Junior Weather Dam show. Farm Credit is your #1 source for farm and country home loans, so thank you to Farm Credit. Placings for Class 2. First place, Catherine Siegel. Second place, Catherine Siegel. Third place, Braylon Willis. Fourth place, Ethan Wall. Fifth place, Caitlin McCon. Sixth place, Rebecca Willis. Seventh place, Blaine Vandeveer. Eighth place, Callie DeRosset. Ninth place, Kinsley Williams. And 10th place, Will Cornelius. We are now showing Class 3.
Everyone, I want to just take a few minutes to recognize our ring crew today. It's been very consistent in helping with this since the beginning. Roy Turley and Rick Tyler, they've been with me since the beginning of this. Evan Davis is manning our trailer. Ethan Berry is announcing for us today. Larry Schroyer has been clerking for us today. So, and we've had some folks that have gotten sick on us. So, but we've made it. We appreciate all of your cooperation with us in making this. Have 191 weather dams in our show, which is the largest to date. And we also had the largest market weather show earlier this morning. We tagged 364. So these are both record numbers. This thing continues to grow, and we really appreciate all of you in being here in Louisville and participating. Also, at this time, I'd like to recognize some folks sitting up here at the announcer stand. Our new assistant manager of the North American, Catherine Riley, is with us here, which is no stranger to most of you. Also, our general superintendent of the North American, Mr. Warren Beeler. So Mr. Warren Beeler is here also with us. In fact, I'm going to turn the mic over to him for a few comments.
Thank you, Chris, and thank to all the folks here in the Goat Barn. We hope you've enjoyed the new setup and the way we've got it designed. Hope it's been good for you. I've got a special recognition here there at this time that I do. We at the Department of Ag in Kentucky Junior Livestock Program, we believe it's very important to recognize people who are selfless enough to give their time for these youngsters and as they come up through the Junior Livestock Program. And we have one of those people today that we'd like to talk to you just a little bit about. This guy's dedicated his whole life to young people through extension, through agriculture, 28 years of service in Kentucky at Perry County, Madison County, and Clark County. Before that in Virginia, where he had 100% enrollment in his 4-H program there. He's been with us at the North American for at least, we think, 25 years, maybe longer. I will tell you this. We've never had anybody who would do the things when you didn't have to do anything. And this man has done that for year after year after year. Matter of fact, I can tell you this. The very first meat goat show we had in the state of Kentucky was in his county. I judged it. And I will tell you, when he retired, I couldn't imagine that he could ever retire as busy and as hard worker as what he is. In his spare time, when he wasn't going to night meetings, he ended up umpiring 2 Little League World Series and all kinds of sporting events. He's just one of those guys that's a complete selfless person, dedicated to his kids, dedicated to the community. At this time, I'd like to induct into the Hall of Fame award I'd like to present for the Kentucky Youth Livestock Points Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the man down there in the blue shirt, Mr. Roy Turley. If you'd give him a nice round of applause, please. Congratulations.
interesting pair here, and I think the only thing that makes it interesting is the one in second's got some unique things about her that you like, and I want to stay as consistent as I can all day, and I just decided she does not have enough power to go ahead and win this class, and so that's why we settle with the black-headed one here. I still think that one's a structurally sound enough one. I love the shape of her rib is bolder. She's got more muscle to her. She's got more pin width. She's got more top, more width, period, all the way through wherever you study her. Still one that's very proportional and balanced. She's not as up-headed. She's not as elegant. She's not as truly big-footed as what the one in second is, but she's just got more to her and fits more of the mold we've been picking all day. Red-shouldered one, she makes it interesting because she does not have quite enough for me, and you would ask, why do you even have her up this high? You don't make feet and legs like that on animals every day. I mean, that one puts together feet and legs that are tremendous. I think when that one goes away from me, she still travels square. I love how beautiful she is up front. So, yeah, she needs more hip. She needs more width, but it's hard still to build what she puts together in terms of femininity, along with some squareness and some correctness. That's a really, really good structured female. Red, when it comes to her next, you like the boldness of her cage. You like the length of body. You like the neatness she has up front. I want to set her down a little differently off of her rear skeleton as well. For me, she wants to get underneath herself just a shade when she gets on the move. Maybe a pinch around her hip, but I do love her length, her freshness that she has out here. Though we have here next in fourth, she just needs to go better from behind. I love her from the side in terms of the way she fits together. Very balanced, got some stoutness to her, good chest floor. When that one leaves you, though, she wants to get underneath herself and get too close and too tight and too uncoordinated as she leaves you. I like to square her up quite a bit more as she leaves me. Though we have here next, love the way that one grabs over her top in terms of just bigness. She's got some width, and for as skinny as she is, that's still a stouter made one. Just finally decided she got overpowered in this class. Doesn't have near the dimension we find in those ones ahead of them. But nice class here, interesting pair there up top. Let's give all these kiddos a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 3. First place, Taya Hamilton. Second place, Luke Redifer. Third place, Jarrett Baldwin. Fourth place, Jarrett Baldwin. Fifth place, Brandelan Willis. Sixth place, Emma Huff. Seventh place, Kylie Whitworth. Eighth place, Blaine Vandeveer. Ninth place, Will Cornelius. And 10th place, Carmen Greiner. We are now showing Class 4 weather dams.
Really a good class, a competitive class, and really lots of different types and kinds in this class. Red top one doesn't want to walk all the time, but you start to just study the features and the pieces of that one. That one's as feminine as any of them we have in here, but what the surprising thing is, that is the biggest back, roundest red one, widest pin one of the entire group. That one really explodes out of the backside of her shoulder with a huge rack and loin in her. I do love the boldness of her and still keeps it neat and tiny. Still one that's very clean in her lines there. There'll be some that have more shape to their lower leg than what she has probably when you study underneath the hair, but that one's still got a lot of neat features about her you can really get into. No, we have here next in second. I do love the shape of her forearm. I like the width of her chest. She's no slouch up top either. She's got some width there. Just for me, I like to give her more inner thigh and outer leg there. She looks just a touch flatter to me when you start to study underneath the presentation of her. But again, a good skeleton, sound made one. I think that pair fits together quite nicely. Odd man out is the one that ends up here in third. I think that one is truly muscular and shapely. That one has a nice balanced look. And again, presented extremely well. I probably like her rear leg and rear skeleton works and is designed as well as any. Finally decided she's just a little too compact and a little too short body. Want to stretch that one out and pick her up in her kind to get her around those two in front of her, but still a very nice kind of a doe. Very muscular, very powerful, big bone one that comes here next. Just gets a little coarse and round as she puts things together. Not quite as smooth, not quite as correct and square out of a rear leg construction. Then the one we end up fifth in there, that one's pretty. That's the other feminine one like your class winner. The only difference is she doesn't have the same kind of power and width when you get right in behind her in terms of her leg. A little maybe more tucked up in terms of her body and not as bold in that rib cage is what we find in those ones ahead of them. But really neat class of those.
Placings for Class 4. First place, Darby Ross. Second place, Tori Warren. Third place, Emma Huff. Fourth place, Isaac Beal. Fifth place, Farrah Young. Sixth place, Amelia Stone. Seventh place, John Neely. Eighth place, Will Cornelius. Ninth place, Hayden Eccles. And 10th place, Next Gen Show Weathers. We are now showing Class 5 weather dams. 86 to 87 pounds.
Really a good pair and a good class here as well. You start to study these two. Again, the red one is super powerful and opened up, and she's got more condition on her. Not too much by any means, but she does have more on her, and that kind of enhances things for her versus the one we go ahead and start with. To me, that's the better blend of power, but yet feminine, big-legged, but yet sound. She is truly a good-footed one. She sets down very, very correct. You watch these two go from behind. The way she sets down on flatter and square on her feet from behind, I think makes a difference for me. Still one that's wide and square in her hip and pins. And again, you get these two from the side and watch them go. The way she operates out of her hip and rear skeleton while still remaining dimensional, I think is something really, really neat that she puts together. So nice doe here that wins this class. Again, the red shouldered one here, a lot of width up top, a lot of boldness to her skeleton, still has some shape on her. Just want to make her more genuine the way she goes from behind. She wants to maybe not set quite as square and correctly as what that one does for me, and that's just a minute difference, but it ends up being a difference in why I placed them like I do. But I do like that pair quite a bit. Another muscular, powerful one that comes here next, a lot of heaviness of structure, a little more open in her shoulder in terms of the top of it. She wants to break behind her blade, not come quite as balanced and neat and good in her look as what you find in those top two. Doe that comes here next, again, very basic and good in her kind, maternal in her build, smooth enough out here. Just got outpowered here in this class. Another red-shouldered one. I love the attractiveness of her up front. You get your hands and touch her, she's still fine. Just when you get in behind her, she wants to narrow and taper back to her hip and her pins and her tail set there, flattens there in her leg relative to the ones we set out ahead of her. But again, another competitive class. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 5. First place, Zane Redifer. Second place, Memory Evenson. Third place, Kaylin Griner. Fourth place, Braylon Willis. Fifth place, Morgan Noblet. Sixth place, KW Showgoats. Seventh place, Kayla May. Eighth place, Dale Masden. Ninth place, Kelly Lynn Smith. And 10th place, Lane Smith. We are now showing Class 6.
Another nice class here, and just a little more balance in this one we lead off with. I just like the symmetry and the way she puts things together. Still one that has plenty of width to her when you get up front. I think she's just as big, if not bigger, over her top and in her rib cage. Definitely more genuine right there and behind her shoulder. She gives up some leg dimension to the one that stands there behind her, but I just love the way she puts herself together in terms of balance and look a little better. A little more roundness in the one we put here in second. I do love the shape of her rib. I like the width of her top. Again, another big chested one that's got a big forearm. And proportional she is, but she's still round off both ends, loses her top line just ever so slightly as you compare her to the class winner there, but still a nice doe. Doe we bring out here next, she's fitted extremely nicely, and I think initially she hits you hard. She's got some width. You start studying her skeleton and her structure underneath, and that's where I find problem with her. I want to change her foot. I want to see her go a little more correctly and more loosely. I want to set her back in her knee and just make her a little more functional in her stride when she gets out on the go. Slicker one that came in there a little later. I like the design of her. Yes, sir. I like the design of her. She's up fronted. She's good to look at. She's attractive. And really, you can say the same thing about both these. They both get just a little flatter in their rib cage. I want to make them bolder there right behind their shoulder on both these two Slicker does here. But, boy, they have some length and some look. To me, there's a little more style and balance to this one off of a rear skeleton. There's a little more length up front in this one. So give and take there. Want to open both of them up in terms of their rib cage, though. But nice class of does here. Probably the deepest set we've had so far in our doe show.
Class 6 placings. First place, Brett Dyer. Second place, Macy Ott. Third place, Hunter Young. Fourth place, Hannah Alcala. Fifth place, Jarrett Baldwin. Sixth place, Ireland Sweeney. Seventh place, Gillian Reese. Eighth place, Kylie Whitworth. Ninth place, Will Cornelius. And 10th place, Chaz Grover. We are now showing Class 7 weather dams.
Really a nice class, and again, one of those classes you get lots of different flavors and types in here, but that's a really good dough here that leads off this class. I think just from a lot of ways in terms of balance, still stoutness, you get on top of that when you're very, very pleased with how square built and round ribbed she is, especially coming out of the backside of her shoulder. She still complements that with some hip and some leg, a tremendous amount of look there up front. Neat dough here that wins this class. Just can't deny the power of the one here in second. That one is truly stout-featured and big-footed. That one's got an incredible rib cage in her there as well, and just a ton of width and substance to that one. I just wish we could level her out of her hip and lengthen her out of that hip and just make her just a shade more refined up front, maybe to run with that one that leads off the class. But sure, a dominant one in this class in terms of just sheer power and productive look in terms of her rib cage. This one here, we just kind of kept working up. She's working hard, getting this one driven and getting this one presented. That one's fresh. That one's got a nice shape to her. Just not quite as much of her as you compare to those two ahead of her probably. I think she's got enough chest width and top. Get right behind her, though. Maybe want to open her up in her pin setting just a shade more relative to the top pair. No, we have here next. I love the look of this one, and maybe she's just a little green and skinny, but I would like to change this one in her heart and her full rib and her rack. That's where she kind of loses out in this class. Not near as opened up right there, but boy, she is good to look at. Just from a balance standpoint, she's a lot like our class winner, just not near quite enough of her for me in this class to move her up a little higher. No, we have here next, very basic and good in her kind, very maternal in her build, very good in the center part of her body. You start to look at her skeletally as she gets on the go. Not quite square enough and correct enough, a little frailer in her at the ground. Just need to be more coordinated as she gets on the travel. But really another nice class of those.
Placings, Class 7. First place, Caleb Bowden. Second place, Leah Griner. Third place, Braylon Willis. Fourth place, Audrey Glass. Fifth place, Camille Mitchell. Sixth place, Bethany Gokenauer. Seventh place, Megan Gibney. Eighth place, Jennifer Sweatman. Ninth place, Gabriel Hunt. And 10th place, Michaela West. We are now showing Class 8 weather dams.
Another good class here, and again a different one here to start with. Is she perfect? No, but she's just kind of unique and a little bit extreme, but in a good way. I love the extra shape and hip of this doe. A monster top and round rib cage in her. Still one that's so long-bodied and still neat enough up front. She's a lot. There's a lot of doe there, but I still think skeletally she probably keeps it together as good as she needs to there at her lower joints and at the surface. She gets a little weaker right behind her shoulder at times, but a nice kind of a doe. One we leave here in second, again, just very, very practical, very useful. She's got some stoutness of feature, still one that has some width to her. I love the body dimension of her. I want to lengthen out her hip. She gets just a little shorter there, maybe just a touch flatter in terms of her shape relative to your class winner, but still a nice kind of a doe. I like the profile of the doe we have here next, and I wish she looked moving just as good as she looks standing. Standing there, she puts a lot of good together, grabs very big over her top. We get her into motion, though, and that's when she wants to fall apart, not keep herself as balanced, not keep herself as correct on her feet and legs is what I like to see her. I like the length. I like the smoothness of the doe that comes here next. Just one for me that wants to flatten there in terms of her forerib shape. Maybe gets a little plainer in her shoulder and front end relative to the ones we set out ahead of her. We could just stretch this next doe out. Just stretch her out and pick her up. We'd love her. I think I love the body shape and design and really her balance and a lot of things about her. Just decided she's a little too conventional in her makeup, a little too small in her kind here within this class. But again, another competitive set of kiddos in this class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class A. First place, Maddie Cumming. Second place, Merritt Evenson. Third place, Levi Collins. Fourth place, Miranda Lager. Fifth place, Chase West. Sixth place, Drew Walker. Seventh place, Ashley Smith. Eighth place, Cheyenne Bookmiller. Ninth place, Jamie Burt. And 10th place, Macy Brumfield. We are now showing Class 9 weather dams, weight 97 to 101 pounds.
I think easily the most challenging class because I'll be honest, there's about 8 or 9 different kinds in here, and they're all 8 or 9 different kinds of good. And so you really, really have to dissect these things and see where you want to draw your line on different things in terms of power and shape and things of that nature. And I finally decided that the doe we're going to start with is the most correct combination of the two we have sitting in and behind her. She's the other pretty good-looking, elegant one like the one we have there in third, but of these top three, she's the other one that's opened up and has some squareness of base, and particularly over her top. She's got more width than the one we set there in third. She's a lot prettier and better in her look and better in her design. The one we set there in second, I think she's the best structured doe of class in terms of keeping it square, keeping it opened up, and still going. She needs more shape to her leg. That's where I like to change her power up there. And if you did that, I don't think there'd be any question for me about starting her. Here's the powerful one of this class, big chested and forearm, huge rib cage and topping her. And as expected, she's the biggest out through her hip. When we get her on the go is when I find some fault in her. She just gets quite a bit coarser, doesn't fit her pieces together quite as smoothly and neatly in terms of balance, just gets a tick around her. And if she's not too round for you, she's balanced enough for you, that's the one you need to use to win this class. What we have here is my problem, though. To tell you what, the way you got this one put together and clipped and fit, I think it helps her tremendously. That one is the one I love from the side in terms of the way your hind legs designed, the way your foot sets to the ground, still square and still athletic. I question her up top, though. You get in front of her and study her from a front three-quarter. She gets flatter in her forward relative to those two. She gets flatter over a top, really relative to those on either side of her. I just love the way that one's made and the way that one's designed, though, when we leave her up here in the third hole. We get into one here that's a little bit extreme. You got one that's got a ton of chest and power, a ton of top and rib cage. I just want to make her structure more functional to go along with it. She gets a little forward and vertical in her knee and her shoulder. When we watch her go from behind, I like to square that one up at her hock and then still give her more hip and pin dimension relative to what she has in front of there. But that one's extreme when she comes at you in terms of just stoutness of feature and head. Just want to make her a little more functional, correct all the way through. Same thing with this red spot, though. One for me that's very, very good in the contours of her body, very smooth made, and again, a maternal one that has enough look about her. For me, I get her on the go as well. I don't like the way she sits there at the surface on her hoof. I want to change her and make her go a little more correctly and comfortably. She gets a little close and still a little uncoordinated all at the same time in the way she leaves you on the travel. Outstanding set of does here in this class. Let's give them a big hand.
Placings for Class 9. First place, Brett Dyer. Second place, Ernesto Maldonado. Third place, Luke Redifer. Fourth place, Darby Ross. Fifth place, Kalen Griner. Sixth place, Drew Walker. Seventh place, Mary Carter Shirley. Eighth place, Callie Mayo. Ninth place, Megan Katafi. And 10th place, Taylor Ray. We are now showing Class 10 weather dams weighing 102 to 105 pounds.
Another good class here, and maybe I split similar types with one I stick there in second, but I just kind of like some of the pieces she puts together. Because she's too tucked up in her body, though, is why we end up using the one we use to win this class. That's still a good doe. I think one that has some sure quality to her, one that's definitely more productive and opened up to me in terms of her body shape. Not She's deep, but not too deep. Still keeps herself balanced. Still very, very broody, very stout, and got some power, got some correctness to her there as well. No doubt about it. The extreme one, the eye-catching one, is the one that sits there in second. Not a taller chested, taller shoulder one that's been in the ring today. That still has that kind of substance to her top side. Still has that kind of squareness to her hip and pins. For me personally, though, I'd still like to just body that one down a shade. She gets almost too extreme in terms of how tucked up she is. She can change some things. That's why I respect the way she's built. For me, though, in the show today, I like to see her just a touch bolder there in terms of her center. Though we sit here third, right near behind her, again, a lot like your class winner, very basic, very good in her kind, very productive centered, a little chesty, a little opened up in terms of her shoulder, doesn't blend her pieces quite as nicely. We watch these three get on the go. She wants to come in underneath herself in terms of her base width. I like to square her up and watch her go away a little wider. Though that comes here next, again, very stout featured, big chested one, and got a nice top shape, and again, her body design is right. She wants to flatten as you get back to the rear part of her skeleton, a little shorter out of her hip there. I like to elongate that and make her a little better. If we can make the doe here in fifth look just a little more attractive on the move, I think she could change for things. When she gets that one parked and driven, she does put together a nice look. She's very dimensional and very muscular. Her balance kind of becomes a problem, though, when she gets her on the go. A little coarser shoulder, weak in there behind her shoulder there. She, too, gets a little rounder there out of her rear skeleton. But, again, a very, very nice set of does here in this class.
Class 10 placings. First place, Logan Svanovic. Second place, Aaron Johnson. Third place, Ashley Hillier. Fourth place, Cheyenne Whaley. Fifth place, Braylon Willis. Sixth place, Kylie Harriman. Seventh place, Alyssa Summer. Eighth place, Morgan Stone. Ninth place, Sydney Arnold. And 10th place, Dale Masden. We are now showing Class 11, 106 to 109 pounds.
Another good class here, and a neat red one. I think when you really start to study both of these, particularly in their upper skeleton and the way they come together in terms of balance and look, the red one starts to surface. You get on top of both of these, she's definitely the bigger pin one. She's definitely the bolder, rounder ribbed one there. And with that, she probably keeps herself as neat and tidy in her chest, as neat and chiseled up front as anything else we've had out here. A big hip one there as well, and just offers some extra length and look when you compare to the one right behind her. The one right behind her probably has that advantage as far as depth of body without being too sloppy up front, and I like that about her. I'd switch that pair if she was a little more powerful out of her pins. If she had just a little more shape when you studying her through her legs, I'd probably switch those two. But I do love this one from the side and the silhouette she puts together. I just love the extremeness of the one that leads out ahead of her. One that we have here in third, again, another one that's pretty basic and good and fundamental in her kind. Not quite as good and attractive in the design of her hind leg. She carries a little more lower shoulder and breaks behind her shoulder when she gets on the move just a touch, but still one I think is worthy of being up here on the top end of this class. Though we have here next, boy, that's a neat fronted one, very, very feminine, very long and extended. She wants to be shorter out of her hip. She wants to be narrower out of her pins. Maybe she too gets a little more tucked up in terms of her flank and lower body as what we have relative to some of those that lead out ahead of her. One with the spot in her back, one of the truly massive does of this entire class. A really opened up and round in the rib. A ton of muscle shape to this one. I just want to put it in a better balanced package. She gets a little stouter, more masculine about her head, neck, and shoulder. I want to elongate her, make her more refined as we compare to her contemporaries in this class. But again, another nice class of does. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Class 11 placings. First place, John Neely. Second place, Jenna Kozlerick. Third place, Claire Wilkin. Fourth place, Mary Carter Shirley. Fifth place, Taya Hambleton. Sixth place, Farrah Young. Seventh place, Madison Kelly. Eighth place, Gillian Reese. Ninth place, Amy Pecora. And 10th place, Brent Maston. We are now showing Class 12, 110 to 112 pounds.
been on this hip and rear skeleton kick all day, and we're going to keep it that way. These two here, I think, do surface pretty quickly. Very, very powerful does, two does that have a ton of width to them. It's simply just their rear skeleton. There's more dimension in the paint when you get in behind them and study and watch them travel away from them. And she's definitely square from hock to ground, wider in her pins and wider from her pins all the way down to the ground. And you get to the side of her, she is just a shade rounder, but to me, she still balances and she's very proportional. I give the advantage and look from the front half of their body to the one we have here in second. I love the way she ties her head and neck out of the top of her shoulder. I love the body dimension that she carries. She has a massive loin and a massive top in her. For me, I want to open that one's pin setting up relative to as wide as she is up front. I want to see her go with a little more comfort, particularly out of a rear skeleton relative to that class winner when you watch these two go from behind. But it's still, I think, a nice set of pair of does here to start this class off. That we have here in third, I know she's a slicker one here, but I think what you see is what you get. You like the body, you like the muscle shape of her. She's not as smooth tying, probably in her loin and loin right into her hip. She's just a little shorter and more compact maybe relative to those ones you set ahead of her. But again, another nice doe in this class. Doe we have here next, love the muscle shape, love just the build, the build and the cleanness of her lines. She's one for me that wants to get out of balance a little bit, breaks behind her shoulder, opens up in her lower shoulder just a touch more. But I like her shape better. I like her bone, and again, her hind leg set better than the one we set here in fifth. The one we set here in fifth, she's got a big body, but to me, she's almost just a little softer in her look. I want to see more shape to her up high. She drives her hock a little straighter than what I like to ideally. I want to provide her with just a little more flex and reach as she gets on the go. But again, a really good class of those. Once again, let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placings for Class 12. First place, Catherine Siegel. Second place, Macy Oat. Third place, Gillian Reese. Fourth place, Braylon Willis. Fifth place, Camille Mitchell. Sixth place, Reagan Glass. Seventh place, Taya Hamilton. Eighth place, Cassidy Copeland. Ninth place, Emily Justice. And 10th place, Brent Maston. We are now showing Class 13.
Again, a lot of variation, a lot of different things a person can do. But for what I like to see in goats and weather dams is what we're calling this, that one does get it done. I do love that one's shape. I love that one's body. I think that one, in terms of her composition and where she's at, is impeccable. That one's really, really stout when you get out in behind her, but yet she's still really neat when you get up in front and study that one. She still has some width of chest there. That's a neat individual here, ends up winning this class. Though we have here in second, again, not a whole lot wrong with her either. I love just the basics of her body. I like the stoutness of her skeleton. Still one that has enough pin width to her. She just doesn't have the shape of that one. She probably doesn't travel with the clearance to the hock of that one. Just not as athletic looking and as trim as what that one is in terms of her composition. Still a good one, though. Stout skull, good featured, got a lot of quality to her still as well. One we have here next in third, there's probably hadn't been a doe in here that has a hip and hind leg like this one. That's an extremely square, almost dead level hip on one. Love when you get in behind her and study her in terms of squareness. I like the way she sets her foot and hoof to the ground. For me, though, when you start to compare those two ahead of her, not quite as bold and opened up in her forerib, just not quite as much of her. We can just open that one up, give her a little more substance. If she's got enough for you, that one's got some unique features as far as her skeleton, the way it's put together. You can use her. The one that comes here next, I like everything from her hooks forward. I love the body shape of this one. She's bold enough for me. She's good enough looking for me. She needs more shape. She's just flatter in her leg and flatter when you get to transition back to her rear skeleton, but still a smooth one that's got a maternal look and makeup to her. Really, really big chested one. Just wish back here match what you see up there coming at you. One we bring out here, another one that's very balanced and good in her look, just gets overpowered in this class. Doesn't have the same kind of substance, same kind of width we find in those ahead of her, but outstanding class of does here.
Placing for Class 13, first place, Paige Pence. Second place, Macy Oat. Third place, Joseph Schatz. Fourth place, Chance Flock. Fifth place, Grace Day. Sixth place, John Neely. Seventh place, Taya Hambleton. Eighth place, Cheyenne Bookmiller. Ninth place, Caitlin McCon. And 10th place, Riley Clark. We are now showing Class 14. Following Class 14, we will be showing for Weather Dam Champion and Reserve.
think a nice way to end our day with the tank. One that ends up winning this class, extremely opened up. Easily the biggest rib, biggest bodied, widest, most opened up thing we've seen, and still have that kind of muscle shape to her there as well. Is it all real muscle, true muscle? There's a lot there. Is she got a little condition on her? Yeah, she's got some of that too. My main concern with her, though, I'd like to stouten up her bone to match all that tankiness she's got up high, just to make it all balance extremely well. But boy, that's a neat specimen in terms of just that kind of power and shape, and still keeps herself as feminine and as good in her look, and still as athletic as what she does. The one that comes out here next, that one's a little stronger in her top and dead level out of her hip, very bold in terms of her center there. She too wants to be a little questionable in terms of her composition for me. She wants to be a little shorter in the way she sets her neck into her body there, but a nice doe. Maybe one of the nicer does the young lady's brought here, and unfortunately for her, she ran into two tanks. Just one of those deals. I love this one from the side. That one's got a good makeup and good skeleton to her, just not stout enough when you get in behind her or in front relative to those two. Wants to close up there in terms of her chest and her forearm. Red one here has got some volume to her, just gets a little plainer out of her hooks and pins, a little plainer up front, and a little more general in her muscle shape. A heavy bone one here that's got a good foot underneath her. Just want to see more productive look, more opened up in terms of her center. And then the one that ends up closing this class, I think she's got enough expression of muscle. I think she's bold enough. I just want to change her balance from the outside. She gets just a little plainer, maybe wants to be a little chubbier there up front for me relative to what she is from behind. I like to open that one up in her pin setting to make her quite a bit squarer. But nice class here to end on.
Class 1, Skyland Fleming. These are all first place. Class 2, Catherine Siegel. Class 3, Taya Hamilton. Class 4, Darby Ross. Class 5, Zane Redifer. Class 6, Brett Dyer. Class 7, Caleb Bowden. Class 8, Maddie Cumming. Class 9, Brett Dyer. Class 10, Logan Svanovic. Class 11, John Neely. Class 12, Catherine Siegel. Class 13, Paige Pence. And then Class 14, Darby Ross. Now, second place, Class 1, Leah Griner. Class 2, Catherine Siegel. Class 3, Luke Redifer. Class 4, Tori Warren. Class 5, Memory Evenson. Class 6, Macy Oat. Class 7, Leah Griner. Class 8, Merritt Evenson. Class 9, Ernesto Maldonado. Class 10, Aaron Johnson. Class 11, Jenna Kloserick. Class 12, Macy Oat. Class 13, Macy Oat. and Class 14, Levi Collins. While Brandon's sorting this last drive here, let's give him a big round of applause for the job he's done here today. I think he's done great. Also like to thank the ring crew and our GOAT superintendent, Chris Cottle. Let's give him a round of applause as well. He kind of is the unsung hero around here, so thanks, Chris.
Yes, first of all, want to thank the guys here at the North American for having me down. It's been awesome to come over here to the Goat Barn and get to sort through the weathers earlier today, and then we get back with this impressive set of does. You guys, you exhibitors and breeders ought to be commended for this out here. I've learned two things as I've been out here at the North American and your goat show. I really, really have enjoyed myself even more than I thought I was initially. And don't wear dark pants when you got chalk and powder on these goats because they don't look real good afterwards when you go to the banquet here in a little while. But really, really a nice set of them. I'm impressed what we have out here. My decision is for reserve. There's the one out here that hits me extremely hard. She may not fit everybody, but she's way, way in my wheelhouse for what I like to see in things. She's stout. She's muscular. She's good in her look. She's still good in her build. So I think the reserve, for me at least, is what the question will be. But let's give all these exhibitors a big, big round of applause. I'll show you the ones I like best.
Congratulations, Paige Pence, for your grand champion Weather Dam.
So obvious for me, it's down to the tank on the end and this doe here in the middle of our lineup here. Again, two of them that are a little opposite and kind of what they feature out here. This one you really like just the youthfulness and freshness of. I like her squareness of her build. I like the way she handles when you get your hands on her. She's not overpowering when she comes right at you, but still plenty in terms of chest width and correctness. And then obviously the tank down there in terms of just raw power. She can eat everything in here in terms of width. She's got a lot of shape to her, and again, to be that shapely, still holds herself extremely well in terms of her front end construction. I like to make her bone a little stouter to make her match everything up high. I like to make this one a little wider chested. And so how do you split that decision? Well, one of them did hit me harder as soon as they came in. Younger doe here is going to be our reserve.
Congratulations, Caleb Bowden. That concludes our Weather Dam show. Thank you all for coming out, and we hope to see you next year.